Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Schedule change happen is 8 to 9:50 will be off, 9:15 to 9:30 will some devotee will speak, and 9:30 to 10:30 will be Prabhupada from video.
Okay.
So until 11.
Okay.
11 Jayanil Janagi, and 11:30 or 11 is the DT.
Okay. So I'm going to speak until what time?
9:15.
9:15. Is that?
Yeah, that's what. So 9:15 is speaking, right?
Okay. And then 1 hour.
Yeah.
That 1 hour video is posted.
Yeah. So 15 minutes will be devotee offering, then 9:30 to 10:30. Video.
So only 15 minutes. Okay. Okay, that's fine.
As long as.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Hare Krishna. Thank you for inviting me today. I hope I can inspire you and glorify Srila Prabhupada. I'm going to ask for some help with Jai Radhamadava. So first we should probably say the prayers, right?
Shall I put it vertically, this microphone, so you can read whatever?
Yeah.
And then you can go close to your...
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's better. Okay, thank you.
Just has to be a little louder.
Okay. Let's do the prayers. Are we doing Jai Radhamadava first? Don't we do the prayers first? Om Maganati Mirandasya Gana Salakaya Chakshuram Militam Natasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Varivistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamadam Dadati Swapatatikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Jatapada Kamala Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Saganajatatam Saganavamidam Amjivam Sadvaitam Sadvaitutam Madhijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Swagna Laita Shri Vishakam Midamscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gorangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sati Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Anchaka Adrubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Patita Pavan Vyebhyevo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrindam. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tanamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharne Nivasesha Sunivade Paskatara Setarne.
Madhava Kunja Bihari
Jaya Amadava Kunja Bihari
Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari
Gopi Chanavallabha Girivaradhari
Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari
Jaya Gopi Chanavallabha Girivaradhari
Gopi Janavallabha
Girivaradhari
Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana
Jasodanandana Vrajanaranjana
Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana
Jasodanandana Vrajanaranjana
Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana
Jasodanandana Vrajanaranjana
Yamatira Vanachari
Ramunatira Vanachari
Yamunatira Vanachari
Ramunatira Vanachari
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari
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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna Krishna
Radhe Radhe.
Hare 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 Rama
Hare Radha.
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Ram Nityananda.
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Jai. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for inviting me. I wanted to start out with 2 verses from the Srimad Bhagavatam that talk about the pure devotee. If we can have that up on the screen, that would be great. Okay, so would somebody like to do the Sanskrit? It's up on the screen. Samasya.
Padaravindam hridayeshu yesham.
Thank you. Prabhu, can you go back to number 3, text 3? That was text 4. Maybe I have an old book. Okay. Will you do the Sanskrit?
Charitang tasya rajarshe
Tam darashara rajshir
adirajasya sattama
adirajasya satyanam
ruhime shaddadhanaya
brahmine masatadananam
vishvaksena shayo hyaso.
O best of the virtuous, the original king of kings, Manu, was a great devotee of the personality of Godhead, Hari, and thus it is worth hearing of his sublime character and activities. Please describe them. I am very eager to hear. Srila Prabhupada's purport. Srimad Bhagavatam is full of the transcendental topics of the personality of Godhead and his pure devotees. In the absolute world, There is no difference in quality between the Supreme Lord and his pure devotees. Therefore, hearing the topics of the Lord and hearing of the character and activities of the pure devotee have the same result, namely the development of devotional service. Text 4. Persons who hear from a spiritual master with great labor and for a long time must hear from the mouths of pure devotees about the character and activities of pure devotees. Pure devotees always think within their hearts of the lotus feet of the personality of Godhead, who awards his devotee liberation. Purport. Transcendental students are those who undergo great penance in being trained by hearing the Vedas from the bona fide spiritual master. Not only must they hear about the activities of the Lord, but they must also hear about the transcendental qualities of the devotees who are constantly thinking of the lotus feet of the Lord within their heart. A pure devotee of the Lord cannot be separated from the lotus feet of the Lord for a moment. Undoubtedly, the Lord is always within the hearts of all living creatures, but they hardly know about it because they are deluded by the illusory material energy. The devotees, however, realize the presence of the Lord, and therefore they can always see the lotus feet of the Lord within their hearts. Such pure devotees of the Lord are as glorious as the Lord. They are, in fact, recommended by the Lord as more worshipable than he himself. Worship of the devotee is more potent than worship of the Lord. It is therefore the duty of the transcendental students to hear of pure devotees as explained by similar devotees of the Lord, because one cannot explain about the Lord or his devotee unless one happens to be a pure devotee himself. So we're really fortunate because we have these books and Prabhupada gives us this knowledge. I'm so grateful that I was able to come to Krishna consciousness in 1970. So I'm like a grandma, great-grandma. Anyway, I wanted to start out by first saying one of Bhaktivinoda Thakur's famous prayers. He reasons ill who tells that Vaishnavas die when thou art living still and sound. The Vaishnavas die to live, and living try to spread the holy name around. And we're so fortunate because we have Prabhupada's books. I'm remembering in 1975, there was a Rath Yatra in San Francisco, and they invited me to come and sew the canopies for the carts. And the devotees had all gone out on Harinam, but there was about 14 journalists that came to speak with Srila Prabhupada, and they were asking Prabhupada, so Swami, when you die, and he immediately interrupted them, because I got to sit right by Srila Prabhupada, and he was on the Vyasasana, and there weren't hardly any devotees in there, but he interrupted the journalist. He said, I will never die. He said, I will live on in my books, and these books will be the law books for the next 10,000 years. And it was interesting because when I was reading this Lilamrita with Srila, by Satsvarup Das Goswami, I also found that quote in here where Prabhupada said that this will be so important in the Kali Yuga. these books, how valuable they are, to have them. I hope I don't start crying. Anyway, this is a hard day for me. I still remember where I was when Prabhupada passed. When we got the news of Prabhupada passing. I was in Los Angeles at the time, and I was changing my 2-year-old's diaper. And someone came up to me and said that Prabhupada had passed. 48 years now, but I was thinking, it never seems like Prabhupada's really gone, because we have him in the books, and we also have him constantly. We can listen to him on all the recordings that were done throughout the years that he was here. He always made sure, Shamasundar told me that Srila Prabhupada was so positive, he wanted so much for them to make sure that they recorded whenever he gave a class, that they recorded the class. And I just want, can we put pictures of Prabhupada up? Oh, we're looking for him? Okay. So I remember it was 1994, Sudama Maharaj was getting ready to pass away, and he was very close with Srila Prabhupada. He had opened up the Japan temple. He had done a lot of service throughout the years, and he called me 1 week before he passed away, and he said, "Kanka, Prabhupada's been gone for 17 years. And it was kind of a weird feeling for me, because I went, no, he's not gone. I listen to him every day. He's here. He's here. So I think it's so important to encourage everyone to make sure they read and of course chant your 16 rounds, but also listen to Prabhupada's tapes. I'm saying tapes. I'm really dating myself, okay? Listen to Srila Prabhupada. It's so nice because on YouTube you can just go to, and they have lots of lectures that you can hear. So this is, what I did was I went through Satsarup Maharaj's final book that he had, and I took some notes and wanted to talk about what it was like for the devotees at that time when he had done so much throughout his life when he arrived in America in 1965 and then passed away in 1977. So in those years, he went around the world many times and opened up 3 major temples in India. In February, it was the Mayapur temple. March 13th, it was the Vrindavan temple. And in March 23, they laid these were when they laid the foundations for the temples. They didn't open at that time, but they laid the foundations. He got the properties. And not until January of 1977, Prabhupada was really starting to feel ill at that time and have ill health. But before that, in 1976, he was going everywhere, and he was so happy that at one point, he went to, he stayed in New Vrindavan for a few weeks. He went to LA, he was in Philadelphia, and luckily he got to spend a month in Hawaii so that he could just not do any managerial positions and just translate and take care of the translating. He explained to the devotees that doing the purports for these, the Bhagavatam, he had to really concentrate and really think. And that's why he would get up in the middle of the night, only sleeping 3 hours, and then get up to translate throughout the night, because it was quiet and no one was coming in to ask him questions, and he could think clearly. So in January of 1977, he actually took a train from Bombay to up to the Kumbh Mela, and the devotees were a little hesitant to let him go at that time, but he said, no, I want to go. And even though his health still was just starting to not be so good, he said, I want to go. And he, there's a story about him telling a brahmachari, okay, you go down at 4 a.m. and get my bucket of water and bring it up to me, and then I'll bathe in it when it gets warmer, so that he didn't have to go down to the Ganga at that time. So it actually ended up being perfect. He had the Ganga water right there. But if you can imagine, I don't know if any of you have ever been to Kumbh Mela, but you can imagine how that was for Srila Prabhupada at that time, because it's cold and it's crowded and so many things, but he wanted to go, he wanted to be with the devotees. So that was his last time at Kumbh Mela, was January of 1977. So after that, his health started to decline, and in May of 1977, the devotees decided that they would all go to Rishikesh, and that would help Prabhupada's health, that being up there would be really good for Srila Prabhupada. And he went along with that. It was Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Bhakti Charu Swami, and Upendra, and I think Prajumna also went at that time. They said that the first week in Rishikesh was heavenly. It was just wonderful, and they were excited because they thought it would really help Prabhupada regain his health. And when after 1 week, on the 8th night, there was a violent storm. And the storm lasted for 2 to 3 days, and all the electricity went out. So everything was, it was hot and humid, and it ended up being where Prabhupada said, we need to go to Vrindavan. He was really thinking that he was going to leave his body soon. So he instructed the devotees to take him to Vrindavan. And when they got to Vrindavan, he was happy, because he felt like, now I'm home, now I can leave my body. That was in May of 1977, and throughout the summer he did stay in Vrindavan that whole time. But the devotees, especially Tamal Krishna Maharaj, was thinking, Prabhupada, and also during this time, that is when the Mayapur temple was attacked. So that added a lot of stress to Srila Prabhupada. He was really feeling that these dacoits had come, and it was quite a horrible experience, and he was really anxious about how the devotees would handle that and how the courts would see things. It actually turned out where the courts saw that the devotees were the right, and that these people who attacked were in the wrong. So, but you can see how stressful, even though he was ill and he was trying to recover and get better, still so many things were happening. And also in the same time, there was the kidnappers were kidnapping devotees and trying to deprogram them. And then there was a court case the court case was in New York, and they said that they were trying to imprison the devotees and brainwash the devotees, and Srila Prabhupada was praying that the court would see that this is actually, so the devotees brought in all the Bhagavatams and Prabhupada's books, the Bhagavad Gita, and the judge eventually let them go. He said, I see this as a bona fide religion, and none of these will hold. So he had to, during the summer when he was trying to recover, he had to think of all these other things that kept coming up. And so you can understand how difficult it was. And he had told the devotees that if Krishna wanted, that he would stay. So he told the devotees to please pray to Krishna, my dear Krishna, if you so desire, please allow Srila Prabhupada to stay, become healthy and stay. But he said to the devotees, but it's up to Krishna. He said, I can also ask Krishna, but it's up to Krishna whether I stay or not. So it was quite a heavy time for all the devotees. They were trying to do book distribution as much as possible to please him, and hoping that would also help. Tamal Krishna in August of that year, in 1977, decided that Prabhupada should go to London, because he thought that maybe if Prabhupada would go and get enthused by the devotees being, in London, and London, Radha London Ishwara were some of Prabhupada's favorite deities, and there was such a wonderful story about getting those deities. And so Prabhupada actually said, okay. And even though he was, at that time, it was August of 77, he was frail, very frail, and really not eating or drinking much. But he got on that plane and he went to London. And that, to me, is so amazing. There's some pictures in Giri Raj Maharaj's book about the Juhu temple. There's a picture of them wheeling Prabhupada through the airport in a wheelchair. But when he arrived in London, the devotees were shocked to see how thin he was and how frail he looked. And so it was a very intense time. He didn't come down to the temple too much. He loved his quarters there, because he especially commented about how the Bhaktivedanta Manor has the big area of grass. He loved looking out his window. He didn't come down and speak, but the devotees, he did come down for darshan every day, but he didn't speak, and he came down for darshan. Bhaktivedanta Manor doesn't have Radha London Ishwara. Radha London Ishwara are actually in the Soho temple, but they have Radha Gokulananda. And he installed Radha Gokulananda when they got the land from George Harrison for the Bhaktivedanta Manor. So after that, he continued to get, his illness started to increase when he was in London, and he asked the devotees to please take him to Bombay. He was hoping to be in Bombay for the opening of the Juhu temple. But what happened is, when he arrived in Bombay, there was so much construction going on. It was really loud, a lot of hammering and a lot of noise. And they could see that it wasn't a very good situation for Prabhupada. And so Prabhupada really wanted to stay there because the Juhu temple meant so much to him. He had to fight and fight and fight for that temple. And he wanted to be there for the grand opening. He so wanted to be there. But his illness was getting worse. And so finally he consented that he would leave and go back to Vrindavan. And at that time, Brahmananda actually picked up Prabhupada from the car and carried Prabhupada to the train. And then from when they got to Mathura, Brahmananda carried Prabhupada to the car. And it was, it talks in here, we can read some of this, about how when Prabhupada entered Vrindavan, it was the first time that he had seen where they changed the name of the road to Bhaktivedanta Swami Marg. Yeah, Marg. Prabhupada would, he had such enthusiasm to remain and preach. He said, I want the benediction. He was asking Krishna, I want the benediction to go on fighting for Krishna, just like Arjuna was fighting for Krishna. He would repeat that quite often. But he said, what can I do? Because now I'm just becoming a bag of bones. He was so frail. And once he got back to Vrindavan, he said to the devotees, what I want is only kirtan and Srimad Bhagavatam. So there would only be 4 or 5 devotees, and they would do kirtan, and then they would read Srimad Bhagavatam. And there was one devotee that came who had had a parikram, and he was telling Srila Prabhupada about the parikram. So Prabhupada got the idea that he should go on parikram, and that he would go around Govardhan Hill. And the devotees, especially Tamal Krishna and Bhavananda, were so upset about this because they felt like the road would jostle him, and he was so thin and frail, and they didn't want him to go, and they stayed up until the night, and Prabhupada was with one of his godbrothers, Krishna Das, and he was speaking with him, and then they came down and they had tears coming down their cheeks, and they said, Prabhupada, please don't go tomorrow. He was bound to go. He said, I'm going tomorrow. And then they were begging him, please don't go tomorrow. The road is too, the road is horrible, and you're going to be thrown back and forth. So then he consented. He said, okay, I won't go. What I'd like to do is read some of Satsarup's. This is the chapter 11. We didn't have it to put up for you, but I can just read it. It's called The Final Lesson. Srila Prabhupada had already expressed his surrender in the prayer he had given his disciples to offer on his behalf. My dear Lord Krishna, if you desire, please cure Srila Prabhupada. By the phrase, if you desire, he was reminding his followers of the supreme prerogative of Krishna and asking them to abide by it, although he was also giving them an acceptable way to petition Krishna. In a similar case in 1967, he had given his disciples another prayer. My master has not, this is quote, my master has not finished his work, unquote. He had said that Krishna had responded to that prayer, granting the wishes of the devotees. Srila Prabhupada himself was responding to the devotees' prayers, and Krishna had given him the choice. But as a surrendered soul, Srila Prabhupada waited for further development, ever sensitive to Krishna's desire. As Prabhupada had said, when invited by Kirtanananda to come to his palace in New Vrindavan, Prabhupada said, quote, "Let us see which palace I am going to," unquote. As a loving tension can sometimes exist between the Supreme Lord and his pure devotee, so now a similar tension existed between Srila Prabhupada and his followers. Prior to his disciples' desperate petition at the bedside, Srila Prabhupada had seen his duty as instructing his disciples in how to die. Part of his mission was to set the perfect example in the most important lesson, how to pass life's ultimate test. But now his disciples were asking him to postpone the lesson in dying and stay with them indefinitely in preaching field. Some of them were asking Prabhupada, please just stay till you're 100 years old. And Prabhupada had agreed, showing that he had the ability to live if he chose. But sooner or later, he would have to return to the lesson on how a person would face the end of life. As part of his instruction and example, Srila Prabhupada knew he would have to show people just how to die. He had escaped death a number of times by Krishna's grace. We all remember that on the Jaladuta coming over, he had heart attacks, and he felt like he wasn't going to make it, but by Krishna's grace, he made it. And then there was a time twice in New York where he had another heart attack, and then he also had a stroke. So there were so many times, by the prayers of his disciples and his own pure and powerful will to propagate his movement, he remained. But from the signs given to him now by Lord Krishna in 1977, Srila Prabhupada began decisively and conclusively ending his mission in the material world. And among his final duties was his giving complete guidelines on how to die. He was perfectly showing how to do that which everyone has to do, but which is most difficult to do successfully, and that is to die. But a loving conflict was there. Prabhupada loved his disciples. He also knew they were not yet fully mature. His movement already had great potency and stature in the world, and yet it had many enemies. He was inclined to always protect his devotees, his movement, and all living entities, even the animals. So when his most intimate and faithful disciples pleaded that they could not go on without him, he had turned from showing how to die, agreeing to stay with them and preach. But at what point would they ever be willing to let him go? At what point could he say that the world of Maya and the enemies of Krishna were all gone? At what point would his disciples become fully mature? Srila Prabhupada had deferred the lessons in dying in favor of giving his disciples an unparalleled opportunity to serve him in pure, simple love. And he allowed this not only for a few, but for whoever came to Vrindavan at that time. Many came, and all were allowed to enter Srila Prabhupada's room, massage his body, and sit with him as long as they liked, day and night chanting the holy name for his pleasure. Srila Prabhupada also recommended his recommenced his translating while he was laying in bed. And this was done openly, whereas previously he had always worked in solitude when he translated. He now encouraged all devotees to come as he lay in bed dictating his Bhaktivedanta purports. He was giving himself completely and declaring it also, telling the devotees present, "Never leave me, and I cannot live without your company." They had asked him to stay, and he had agreed, consigning himself completely to their care. More than one devotee compared Prabhupada to Bhishma, who gave important instructions in his last days, as Bhishma felt no pain and delivered learned and loving discourses from his bed of arrows, and as Bhishma determined by his own will the time of his departure from the world, so Srila Prabhupada spent his last days oblivious to his physical condition, defying death and instructing his spiritually innocent sons and daughters. But Prabhupada's sons and daughters could no longer stand by and simply hear the philosophical lessons. Prabhupada had accepted their affection when they had cried for him to stay with them, and now they wanted to express that affection in the only world they understood, a world with Srila Prabhupada, living and talking with them, laughing and reprimanding them as he liked. They wanted him to eat and drink and become physically strong again. Actually, Shamasundar told me that no matter where they were, Prabhupada would laugh and laugh. He would tell jokes, and he said it was such a wonderful experience for himself to travel with Prabhupada, because he said Prabhupada would be in such good humor all the time. And it was just such a wonderful thing, whereas a lot of other devotees would be, nervous and afraid to go by Prabhupada. But Shamasundar said it was always, he had an oceanic laugh. And I actually experienced that one time. I was it was at that time in 1975, when I was doing the Rath Yatra canopies. My son came running down the hall. I think I've told you this before, but I'll tell you again. He came running down the hall going, Prabhupada cookie, because in those days, all the children would get cookies from Prabhupada in the morning. And when Srila Prabhupada came into the sewing room, Jayatirtha said, "This is Kanka, and she's sewing the canopies." And I said, "Srila Prabhupada, whenever my son sees a picture of you or he sees you, he always says, cookie, cookie." And then Prabhupada said, "Yes, the way to make a friend is to give him a cookie." So I'm always encouraging, I would like to encourage the Sankirtan devotees, when you go out, to have cookies on your table to give to people. It would be so nice. We used to do that all the time. So up until the end, there were interludes of sweetness as well as displays of Prabhupada's indomitable mood of fighting for Krishna. One day, Srila Prabhupada's sister, Pishima, arrived unexpectedly, and Prabhupada asked her to cook khichdi. At that time, Kirtanananda was trying to put Prabhupada on the road to recovery by gradually increasing the liquids, and Kirtanananda and the other devotees opposed the idea of his sudden eating solid foods cooked by Pishima. But Srila Prabhupada insisted, it doesn't matter what she cooks. does good to me or bad to me, said Srila Prabhupada. She is a Vaishnavi. It will be good for me. He then began speaking in an extremely humble way. Probably I became a little puffed up because of my opulence and success, he said. Now God has shattered that pride. If you don't have your body, what is there to be puffed up about? Bhakti Charu Swami protested. Srila Prabhupada, whatever you have done for Krishna. That may be, Prabhupada said, but in this world, unknowingly, I have committed offenses. When Pishima heard this, she exclaimed, no, he never committed any offenses. You cannot ever commit offenses, said Bhakti Charu Swami. You are God's very dear one. You can how could you commit offense? I am a little temperamental, said Prabhupada. I used to use words like rascal and so on. I never compromised. They used to call it, here he comes with a club in one hand and a Bhagavatam in the other hand. That is how I preach. Anyway, make arrangements for my sister, please. There were also visits from Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers, and again Prabhupada asked forgiveness for his offenses. One time, Nikinchana Krishnadas Babaji, Puri Maharaj, Ashram Maharaj, Ananda Prabhu, Purushottam Brahmachari, and about 20 others came and sat next to Prabhupada's bed. He was resting when they arrived, and they joined the kirtan, and then he awoke. When he saw them, he asked to be raised up. Sitting in the center of his bed, with his godbrothers all around, he addressed them. I don't know if you've all been able to go to his quarters in Vrindavan, and they have the double bed there. That's where he was, and his godbrothers were surrounding him. All over the world, there is a beautiful field to preach Krishna consciousness, Prabhupada said. I didn't care whether I would be successful or not. People are willing to take. They are all taking also. If we preach together, the saying of Mahaprabhu will come true, that this will be heard in every town and village. We have everything. Spread the holy name and distribute prasadam. There is a beautiful field in Africa, in Russia, everywhere. They are accepting. When Prabhupada began asking his godbrothers to forgive him, they protested. You are the eternal leader, one of them asserted. You rule over us, guide us, and chastise us. Please, Prabhupada said, forgive all my offenses. He repeated, I became proud of all my opulence. No, said Puri Maharaj, you never became proud. When you started preaching, opulence and success followed you. That was the blessing of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Krishna. They can not be any question of your being offensive. When Srila Prabhupada presented himself as Mahapatita, greatly fallen, Puri Maharaj did not accept it. Puri Maharaj said, you have saved millions of people around the world, he said. Therefore, there is no question of offenses. But you should be called Mahapatita Pavana, the great savior of the fallen. Srila Prabhupada had heard the progress of his disciple Lokanath Swami, who was taking a small group of men on a bullock cart. This is the story about him going on the cart, which I already told you. So, shortly after that, this is after he talked about, no, I won't go on the cart. It is my duty, said Prabhupada, and devotees laughed warmly, understanding, yes, they could understand that was his duty by all his actions and dealings. Prabhupada's intention was to capture spirit souls and deliver them to Krishna. His method was loving service, but he did not do it himself. He was delivering them to Krishna. That was his duty. So, in 1977, on November 14th, Srila Prabhupada, at 7:30 p.m. in his room at Krishna Balaram Mandir, Vrindavan, gave his final instruction by leaving this mortal world and going back to Godhead. I had a lot of God brothers and God sisters that were there at the time, and they said that it felt like the heavens opened up. The kirtan was just unbelievably amazing, and it was hard to explain the feeling, and I'm sure there were a lot of demigods there helping with that energy. Srila Prabhupada's departure was exemplary because his whole life was exemplary. His departure marked the completion of a lifetime of pure devotional service to Krishna. A few days before the end, Srila Prabhupada had said he was instructing as far as he could, and his secretary had added, "You are our inspiration." Yes, Srila Prabhupada had replied, "That I shall do until the last breathing." Prabhupada's last breathing was glorious, not because of his last-minute mystical demonstration, but because Srila Prabhupada remained in perfect Krishna consciousness. Like Grandfather Bhishma Dev, he remained completely collected and noble and grave, teaching until the end. He was preaching that life comes from life, not from matter, and not showing that one should preach with every breath he has. The many devotees who crowded the large room bore witness that up to the very end, Prabhupada remained exactly the same. There was nothing suddenly incongruous with what he had previously shown and taught them. At the time of his departure, therefore, he was teaching how to die. By always depending on Krishna. Prabhupada's passing away was peaceful. During the evening of November 14th, the Kaviraj asked him, "Is there anything you want?" And Prabhupada replied faintly, "I have no desire." His passing away was in perfect situation in Vrindavan with devotees. A few months previous, a young girl, the daughter of one of Prabhupada's disciples, had passed away in Vrindavan. And when Srila Prabhupada had been asked if she went back to Godhead to personally associate with Krishna, he said, "Yes, anyone who leaves his body in Vrindavan is liberated." Of course, Vrindavan also means the state of pure Krishna consciousness. As Advaita Acharya had said of Lord Chaitanya, "Wherever you are is Vrindavan." And this is also true of Srila Prabhupada. Had Srila Prabhupada passed away in London, New York, or Moscow, therefore his destination would have been the same. As Lord Krishna states in the Bhagavad Gita, "One who is always thinking of me, surely he attains to me." But because Vrindavan Dham is the quintessential realm of Krishna consciousness within the universe, the ideal place for departure from this world, so it was yet another exemplary feature of Srila Prabhupada's life that he went back to Godhead with Vrindavan as his last junction. So there was a while there was nothing lamentable for Srila Prabhupada in his departing from the world and going back to Godhead, it was certainly lamentable for his followers. and for the people of the whole world who became bereft of the presence of their greatest well-wisher and benefactor. Srila Prabhupada had written in a Srimad Bhagavatam purport, when the mortal body of the spiritual master expires, the disciple should cry exactly like the queen cries when the king leaves his body. At the departure of his own spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada had written, on that day, O my master, I made a cry of grief. I was not able to tolerate your absence of you, my guru. And so on November 14th, 1977, as the powerful news spread around the world, those who knew and loved Srila Prabhupada were gripped by a fearful unrestricted grief. They saw everything around them in the overwhelming atmosphere of separation from Srila Prabhupada. They turned for solace to Prabhupada's books. However, the disciples and the spiritual master are never separated, because the spiritual master always keeps company with the disciple. As long as the disciple follows the instructions of the spiritual master, this is called the association of Bani. Physical presence is called Vapu. As long as the spiritual master is physically present, the disciple should serve the physical body of the spiritual master, and when the spiritual master is no longer physically existing, the disciple should serve the instructions of the spiritual master. Anyone who wants shelter from the evil effects of the present godless age of Kali can have it by taking up devotional service under the guidance of Lord Chaitanya's teachings as given by Prabhupada. The dynamic preaching and realizations of Srila Prabhupada reveal the sublime teachings of Lord Chaitanya, which otherwise have been neglected, misused, and kept within the confines of India. Srila Prabhupada was actually able to understand Lord Chaitanya's prediction that Krishna consciousness would spread to every town and village in the world. Srila Prabhupada had faith in these words and personally saw in his lifetime that pure Krishna consciousness could be adopted by people of all races and cultures, even those considered by Vedic standards to be aborigines or outcasts. Through the applications of Srila Prabhupada, therefore, the Krishna consciousness movement is now proven to be viable for anyone, anywhere in the world. Anyone can serve Srila Prabhupada in separation. He asked all his followers to avoid the 4 sinful activities: meat, eating, intoxication, illicit sex, and gambling, and to chant the Hare Krishna mantra, a minimum 16 rounds daily on beads. You know that when he gave me my initiation and he asked me how many rounds do I chant? And I said 16, and his eyes got really big, and he said, "That's all?" He also gave me my name, and as I was walking away, he said, "So what is your new name?" And I turned around and I couldn't remember my new name. And he said, "Oh, just see, you've forgotten already." Okay, so he also advised that one regularly read Vedic literatures such as Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, and for keeping spiritual health and strength to follow the spiritual principles. He advised that one associate with like-minded devotees. Whoever follows these basic practices and recognizes Srila Prabhupada as the direct representative of Krishna is his follower. And the Vedic scriptures say that only by serving the representative of Krishna one can become dear to Krishna himself. So I was just wondering if anybody has any questions. We have about 10 more minutes, and then we're going to watch a video. Oh, okay. Bali has the schedule. I don't really have the schedule. But does anybody have any questions or comments they would like to make? Jamuna? Is there any more microphones that we can get?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
I think we all feel so fortunate to sit here and hear you read directly from this book about the timeline, and also weaving in your own experiences and realizations. It's just so special that you're here really bringing the moment alive for us. And as Srila Prabhupada's disciples, we're praying that he would stay with them. We're praying that you'll stay with us for as long as you can. I'm so grateful that you are here.
Okay, I'm sorry to tell you, but I had a palm reader read my palm in India, and he said, you're going to live to be 96. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
96 is pretty good. We'll take it.
I said, oh no. Thank you. Jamuna.
Echoing with whatever Jamuna said, it was so heartfelt just that you're reading all of these. I wanted to ask a question that if you can describe when you first met Srila Prabhupada, how was it? What was your experience? It's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, when I first met the Hare Krishna devotees, I was hitchhiking around Europe at the age of 19, and I was with a college friend who was going to college in northern Italy, and I saw the devotees in Amsterdam, and they were on Harinam, and I really wanted to know what they were doing, and none of them spoke English, they only spoke Dutch, and their literature was all in Dutch. And so the very next day, which was, I'm sure, Krishna's arrangement, I went to Berlin, Germany, and there was 2 devotees sitting on the sidewalk, husband and wife, Krishna Das and his wife. And Krishna Das was American, she was from Sweden. And they were chanting, but all their literature was in German. So I was thinking, oh, they probably only speak German, I didn't know. But about 30 people crowded around to listen to the Harinam. And when they finished the Harinam, he looked right at me and he said, are you an American? And I said, yes, who's Krishna? Like, what are you doing? And I had actually been praying my entire life as a Catholic to Jesus that he would lead me to my true spiritual path and that I would find a spiritual teacher. And at that time, I said, do you have any books I can read? Because everything was in German. And he goes, I have one English pamphlet. It's called Who is Crazy and Krishna, the Reservoir of All Pleasure. And when I read those 2, I had to beg him, actually. I had to beg him to give it to me because it was the only one he had in English. And I said, come on, I'll give you a donation. And so I gave him a nice donation, and he gave me the pamphlet. And after reading it, I was just like, yes, thank you, Jesus. I found the man I'm looking for. wasn't any question. That's it. So that was my first meeting with Prabhupada. And after that day, we hitchhiked to Hamburg, Germany. And we got there really late. But Hansaduta stayed up till midnight answering all my questions, because previously I had been initiated by Maharishi, and I was doing transcendental meditation. And so I was reading Maharishi's Bhagavad Gita, which only goes to the 6th chapter, because after the 6th chapter is all about devotional service. So Hansaduta we were having this conversation about the 2 different Bhagavad Gitas, and that's where I bought my very first Bhagavad Gita from Prabhupada. It was the little blue one, which was an unabridged. Anyway, it was the little blue one. And I got my first japa beads there, and I was chanting all the way through the Netherlands while we were traveling. And we got to London. I was supposed to meet a friend and go to Rishikesh to Maharishi's ashram, and I said, no. By that time, I had been reading Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita and chanting japa, and I said, I'm not going to go to Rishikesh. I'm going to stay here at the London temple. And that's when I met Malati and Shyamasundar and Mukunda and Guru Das and Jamuna, and they were so kind. They let me stay there, and I got to help serve Radhalanda and Ishwara, which was really special on Berry Place. And then my parents wanted me to come home, so I'm giving you this whole long story. They wanted me to come home, and so I went home for 2 weeks, and then I traveled on a bus to New Vrindavan, because it was Janmastami at New Vrindavan. And I was thinking, oh, it would be nice to live at New Vrindavan. But Hari Griva told me, if you want to live here, you have to get married. And I'm like, I don't want to get married. So Bhavananda and Palika took me to Brooklyn. And in Brooklyn, we wrote a letter to Prabhupada in, so that was September, October. We wrote a letter to Prabhupada asking for initiation. And Srila Prabhupada said, I would initiate you through the mail, but I prefer that you wait till I get there. He said, I will be there in the end of July. And he said, but if I had wings like a dove, I would fly there immediately. So there was about 20 of us, new devotees. We waited until July. And then that was when I first saw Srila Prabhupada personally. But I already was reading Bhagavad Gita and chanting, and I felt like he was my teacher. There was no question. Any other questions? Comments? Hare Krishna, Janavi. Oh, Jamuna? Jamuna wants to say.
It's amazing in the reflections. He was saying he's, he was saying with the club in one hand and a Srimad Bhagavatam in the other, he's preaching. And this is the same guru at the same time wrote to you, if I had wings of a dove, I would fly there now. It's just beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, it was 3 days of initiations. People came from Miami and Atlanta and Detroit. In the morning, Prabhupada would give first initiation, and in the afternoon he would give second initiation. So I was very fortunate. I got first initiation and second initiation on the same day. When I went into Prabhupada's quarters, he only had a gamcha on. It was so nice. And he was, someone brought him in a flower from the fire sacrifice and a banana. And so he took a spoon, and he took some of the banana, and he smushed it into the flower, into the rose. And then he laid it on the desk, and I wanted to ask him, why did you just do that? But I was too shy, and I couldn't ask him, but does anyone know why he did that? I always ask people, especially from India, do you know why he did that? Srivas Pandit, why did he do that? No, you never heard of that? He took some of the banana from the fire sacrifice with a spoon and smushed it into the rose. Do you think he was going to eat it?
It's just a way of combining all the ingredients to put it into a tree or something like that later.
I was too shy to ask.
Yeah, because you don't eat directly off of the fire sacrifice bananas. You just give it to a ground or a tree or something like that. Probably Srila Prabhupada was mushing it so that he can give it to a tree or, kind of give it to a cow or something like that.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I still remember him giving me Gayatri mantra in my right ear. That was also really special, and I feel so incredibly blessed by Srila Prabhupada. I did have the good fortune of being in LA during the many times when Prabhupada would come and spend weeks there at a time, and I was there during the Chaitanya Charitamrita Marathon. My job was to cook and do laundry for the artists, because we all were trying to help while we did 24-hour service to get the books printed within 2 months, which at first Rameshwar said was impossible, and Srila Prabhupada said, impossible is a word in a fool's dictionary. And so, Kartik? Oh, wait 1 sec.
Hare Krishna. I was wondering, I've only ever, in this body at least, lived in a world after Srila Prabhupada's been here. What was it like seeing the world change because of him?
Rath Yatra on 5th Avenue. Rath Yatra down Venice, the boardwalk in Venice Beach. Rath Yatra in Washington, D.C. I would say that Srila Prabhupada has made a house. In fact, when I traveled one time with my husband, he said, you know everybody. Because everywhere we would go, I would see devotees. And I go, well, Prabhupada made a house that everyone could live in, a worldwide home. So it's a worldwide home. And we are able to know devotees from all over the world and become, we're so fortunate to have this wonderful family, this devotee family. And what is is there a microphone for up here? We got one.
Hare Krishna Mataji, thank you so much for sharing with us your realization and reflections. I have a question about when Prabhupada says that don't be surprised how many people leave, be surprised how many people stay in the movement. So you have seen so many years, 50 plus years of Krishna consciousness. What kept you stick? Because there are so many ups and downs in the movement, especially after Prabhupada left.
Oh, if you only knew my life, you'd know how many ups and downs there are.
If you could share some things,
I think it's Krishna's grace and Krishna's mercy, because some people did leave, and there's some parts in here where Madhavisa came back after leaving for a while, and Prabhupada was so happy, and he was always very kind to anyone who left and came back, because he really felt like, just like a parent, like, yes, you're welcome, no matter what, you're welcome. And I think I can only speak for myself, all the ups and downs that I've had throughout my life. And I remember Prabhupada saying this, that one time he said, just because you're a devotee, don't think that the material nature is not going to hit you. So it's kind of like staying strong in my sadhana, and staying strong in my association, and staying strong in my japa, all those things, reading Prabhupada's books, always having firm faith in reading Prabhupada's books. When I came back, I lived at New Vrindavan for 8 years, and there were a lot of bad things that happened. And when I came back from New Vrindavan, my sister looked at me and she said, "How can you stay with that movement after all that's happened?" And I looked at her and I went, "Patty, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater." And so somehow or other, Krishna's grace, I've stayed. And yes, it's hard sometimes because the material world, Maya Devi is good. She's very good. She wants to pull us away from Krishna. Or she wants to test us and see if we're sincerely, if we're sincerely devoted to Krishna. She'll test us. So, Maya Devi is really strong. She's a pure devotee. Any other questions? I think it's time though, right?
Yes. So please give a big round of applause to Kanka Mataji. I love cows too.
Thank you very much.
And
I just want you to know that I am always so nervous to come and speak. I appreciate you all so much, but I'm nervous because you're all so smart. When I was in the London temple, I still remember Shama Sundar looking at me and going, "How old are you?" Because I was 19, but I looked young. I looked really young. So I just feel very grateful to be here and be with all of you. You're so special.
Hare Krishna. So, dear devotees, I think there was some change in the schedule, and yesterday Hansapriya called me a couple of times. I was in another Bhagavad Katha class, but Rati Prada sent me an email, so just wanted to update you that we have some change in the schedule. It was supposed to be 9:50, 9:30 offering, but almost there. So what we'll do is we'll play the video of Prabhupada 1 hour. It's a 1 hour video. So if it finishes early, then we can have a 1 or 2 offering at the end. Till the time they are preparing for the video, I would just like to take a little break and ask 1 or 2 quiz, and then we go for the video in 2 minutes. Which year Prabhupada gave first initiation? I give option, okay? A, B, C, D. Is it okay? 1967, 1971, 2012, 1953. A, B, 67? 67. All wrong. 1953. So Prabhupada started giving, he was not even sannyas that time. So his first disciple name is Acharya Das. So it was very good, and it is in Jhansi, League of Devotees. So he was there in 53, and he took, which year Prabhupada got the sannyas initiation? 59. 1959, Prabhupada took the sannyas initiation, where he got title, the Tridandi Sannyasi, right? But he got the title Bhaktivedanta earlier, the title, but 59 he got the sannyas initiation. And who is his sannyas guru? Keshava. So, which was in Mathura. And he got the blessings. Do you know this story? He got the blessings of a horn by a bull. Just after he got sannyas, then in the Mathura, some street he's going and he horned by a bull. And he said that it is a blessings of Krishna. So it's nice. And which year Prabhupada got married?
He just took sannyas, and it just shows you how heavy. Like all of a sudden, he's walking down the road and he gets gored by a bull.
Yeah.
It just shows how the material world is so intense.
Always, yes.
So we just always have to take shelter of Krishna.
Thank you. So they will give my confirmation. So last maybe two more. Are you ready? Yes. What was I asking? Yeah, which year Prabhupada got married? 20. ABCD, okay. 20, 22, 26, 30. 20, 26, 22. So 1896 plus 22 is how much? No, which year it will be? 1900? 18, yes. So he got his first boy, the first son, in 1921. Then he met Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj in which year? 1922, yes. Then there is a lot of gap, 1933. Then Prabhupada got formal initiation, and then where we are here. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ki. Ready? Almost? Yeah, I was just waiting for your command.
Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Hite Namani.
So in Bombay, it was a very sad day, one day, and that was on the 28th of September 1977. I got a phone call from Giriraj Swami, and that was at about 4:30 in the morning. And the most sad thing I heard from Giriraj Maharaj, he was crying on the phone, and he said, I want you to bring your big, in those days I had a big Dodge car. It was one of those huge cars, and the Americans used to make, where even you could sleep at the back. And he said, Prabhupada wants to leave his body. And I said, what? I never heard anybody say that somebody wants to leave his body. It sounded more like, he wanted to commit suicide or something. I said, what do you mean Prabhupada wants to leave his body? Where does he want to leave his body? He said he wants to go to Vrindavan, and he's leaving his body. He's going away. And we have to drop him at the station. But his body, because he hadn't eaten for nearly 6 months, he lived only on juice and charanamrit. So his body had depleted. There were hardly any muscles, and the bones and these veins were pressing, and it was very painful. So here was the person whom I had fought, then I had argued with. He was like a lion. He was a very, very fine debater. He could defeat anyone on the matter of philosophy. And then suddenly, when I saw Prabhupada that morning, I saw that he was very, very thin. And it's like Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, he had withdrawn himself, like a tortoise withdraws himself. So this morning, that's 28th September 1977, Srila Prabhupada decided to leave. And so for the first time I cleaned my car, because I didn't want Prabhupada to sleep in an unclean car. My wife arranged a nice silk bedding, and we had flowers and incenses. I drove to the temple, and there several things happened. Number one, when Prabhupada was brought down from his quarters, it was in like a basket, a big basket, and reminded me of stories like Moses or Karna. They were brought in baskets and left in the river or something. And I could see, like, there were devotees crying, and they were all devastated is the only word I can say. Spiritually, they were very much feeling intensely separation which was going to take place from Prabhupada. And I was supposed to drive, and I felt like a cruel, a real cruel guy taking away Prabhupada away from the devotees. But that was my duty, I had to do that. So I was in the front driving. Next to me was Brahmananda Swami, he's quite big, and next to him was Tamal Krishna Swami, who was Prabhupada's last secretary, and finally it was Giriraj Maharaj. Four of us, it was such a huge big car, 4 people could sit in the front. There were no bucket seats in those days. And there was, steering and the stick shift up in the steering wheel. And Prabhupada was resting at the back fully, and Upendra was his last servant. He was sitting down on the floor level of the car, and Prabhupada's luggage was behind. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj, like a school teacher, told me, drive very slowly. Don't drive fast, because in the Bombay roads there are potholes and Prabhupada will be very uncomfortable. So I said, fine. So I just asked them, we are going to Bombay Central Station, and which train are we going to catch? Prabhupada's taking the Mathura Express. He was supposed to go to Vrindavan. So now, mind you, this was from 4:30 and till 8 o'clock I had not had any water or anything, and then 9 o'clock, and then this was quite hot. Prabhupada was in the car. We were driving very slowly. Upendra from the back told me, Prabhupada wants you to drive faster. So I said, okay, if Prabhupada wants me to drive faster, I'll drive fast. I had been a rally driver when I was young, and I could drive real fast. So I just picked up the speed. And in those days, these were huge, big cars with big guzzlers, gas guzzlers. They could just move. The moment I pressed the accelerator, Tamal Krishna Maharaj got very upset. He said, I told you to go slow. What are you doing? So I said, well, I was just told by Upendra at the back that Prabhupada wants me to drive faster. So no, go slow. So I slowed down again. And true enough, within a minute, Upendra was again telling me, Prabhupada had said, go faster. Now, why aren't you going faster? Now, I was getting, so I said, the real person I have to serve is Prabhupada, let me drive faster. And I said to Tamal Krishna Maharaj, you sort this out with Upendra and allow me to drive. So we reached, what we thought was, we reached too early to the Bombay Central Station. So myself and Ram Tulsi, another devotee there, we went to the station master to get the wheelchair for Prabhupada, to transport him from my car to the railway in his special cabin. So I just, by my usual style, I asked the station master, this Mathura Express is going at 11 o'clock? He said, didn't you read today's newspaper? It's 10:30. The timing has just got changed today. And I looked at my watch and I said, there are 5 minutes left. The train's going to go in 5 minutes. Ram Tulsi and I ran with the wheelchair. And I told that station master, I'll pay you anything, but stop that train. Don't start it till I tell you. And he said, what? I've never had such a request. I said, there's a big team coming, and there's a very holy person, and he's going to leave his body in Vrindavan, and he has to be on that train. And he said, leave his body? What do you mean? I said, just run with me. And so we were running. I was quite young then. I'm now 57, but at that time I was 37, 20 years ago, yes. So we put Prabhupada in there. Oh, I told Giriraj Maharaj, you guys goofed. It's, the train's going half an hour early today. He says, no, it's there in the timetable. I said, whatever is in the paper, that doesn't matter. The station master is going to blow his whistle and the train's going to go. So we better take Prabhupada with us. So we ran. Some of the devotees got the thing ready for Prabhupada in his special cabin, which was non-air conditioned. Should have been air conditioned cabin, but for some reason they booked non-air conditioned. And then we took Prabhupada, and just a few minutes before the train was about to leave, he was comfortably sleeping in his compartment. Now, mind you, this was already nearly 10:30 and I was so thirsty. So I'd just gone to pick up a soda bottle from the stand at the railway. And Prabhupada's servant Upendra says, Prabhupada's calling you inside. So I just left that soda bottle and I went in the cabin, wondering why is Prabhupada calling me. And Prabhupada said, come closer. So I went very close to him and he said, I want to thank you for driving me. And it was very touching because he was in so much pain. He was just about to give up his body. I had done nothing much except this. So right there in the train in front of everyone, I just offered my obeisances, caught Prabhupada's lotus feet, Tamal Krishna Maharaj and others, don't touch his feet. You know, I said, no, this is it. This is the last moment I'll ever get. And I said, Prabhupada, I surrender to you. You are my spiritual master. And he put his hand in my hair and blessed me. He actually he got up with little pressure on his elbow and he was smiling sweetly. The train started. And some of the devotees said, look, the train started and you better jump off, otherwise the next station is, you know, quite far away. Reluctantly, I jumped off the train, the moving train, and I kept watching the train till the last bogie had left. And I wasn't thirsty anymore and I couldn't care for the bottle. Then when I got into the car with tears in my eyes, lo and behold, there was Prabhupada's garland on the steering wheel. He'd not forgotten.
There were a few conversations going on at that time that sort of all converged and expressed this thinking in Prabhupada about Gita Nagari. In one conversation, it happened downstairs in his house in Vrindavan. He was talking about his impending death. And he said, I have no lamentation in the context of his impending demise, so to speak. I have no lamentation. These are words he would use, death, demise, you know, I'm just paraphrasing him. And naturally he had no lamentation. Sojati, nakanchati. You know. But then he paused after saying, I have no lamentation about my impending death. He said, no, I have a lamentation. And one of us asked, not me, but one of us in the group, 3-4 people were there. You mean because you have not finished Srimad Bhagavatam? Srila Prabhupada said, no. That I have not established Varnashram. He said, 50% of my work is incomplete because I have not established Varnashram. Now these two statements I heard in my own ears in Vrindavan. Then this thought kept coming up, what to do about this 50% of his incompleted work. It was in his mind. So he said on the roof on another conversation that I want to establish Varnashram. And I believe I asked him, how will you do that? It may have been Tamal Krishna, it may have been someone else, but it represented what we were all thinking. So I had the impression that I asked him. That may not be hagiographically perfect, but I was certainly in that questioning mood as well. How will you do it? We asked him. And he said, I will go to Gita Nagari, I will sit down, and I will teach you how to live off the land. As simple as that.
So when Prabhupada was leaving his body, and he wanted to go, to Gita Nagari, and help us in knowing how to do Varnashram Dharma. Stopped in England. By that time I was in Eastern Europe and we had heard that Prabhupada was coming. So we dropped everything and we came to, to the manor. So when Srila Prabhupada heard that I was around, he immediately told devotees to, to call for me. And by that time Prabhupada, had practically stopped all bodily functions, and devotees were carrying him, in the palanquin to have darshan. So when I came in, and it was, there was one devotee, there was Krishna Kshetra, and a devotee, he left his body, I think his name was Dwarkadish. He used to work in Hungary and Poland and those places. So we were all together, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj was there. So Tamal had already written me many wonderful letters telling me how that I should continue sending these letters to Prabhupada as he's sick, is giving him new life. He was probably so happy to hear about the preaching, how his books were going into so many different places. And so I was sending reports about every 2 weeks. And I would be sending detailed reports. Who got the books, what was said, what was done. And Tamal would tell us how Prabhupada would hear this after taking lunch. And that after being garlanded and put chandan on him, and he would sit back and Tamal would tell me he would close his eyes and he would swoon, and etc. So Tamal was eager for me to come in, for Prabhupada to see me. So an interesting thing happened. I came in, I sat before Prabhupada's desk. And Prabhupada his voice was so weak. So he would call me, he would motion over to come closer. So then I came a little closer. And then he motioned for me to come around the desk. And then when I came around, Prabhupada started rubbing my head. And then he started crying, and then he embraced me. And then he said something which I didn't quite understand. But then what he said later, he says, "Your life is successful." And then I said, "Prabhupada, we're only doing things because you are forcing us. Otherwise, how could we do anything?" And then his voice became very strong, even though he was so weak. His body was so weak. He says, "Yes, and that is the parampara. My guru has forced me, and I am forcing you. And that is how things are going on." And it was so amazing. And it was the most amazing experience I ever had with Srila Prabhupada. I mean, I couldn't appreciate it. And the next thing that happened shows you how I didn't appreciate it. Because it just came upon me, it was so fast. And Prabhupada was so weak, and at the same time, he was so strong and giving so much love. So the next day, now this was the very last time I saw Prabhupada. The next day, Tamal wanted me to experience what Prabhupada's mood was when he would read these reports. So he wanted me to physically come in and to read a report to Srila Prabhupada. Because he would write me these letters saying how Prabhupada says, your work, he would give comments after, Tamal would read to him, and then Prabhupada would give some comments, and then Tamal would send me the comments. And they're some of the most amazing letters I've seen. And not because they're my letters, but they're some of the most amazing letters. So Tamal wanted me to experience what he was experiencing from Prabhupada. It's like Sajananda once told me, Sadananda. He had told me how once he was in the room with Prabhupada, got a letter when I was in the communist countries. And Prabhupada didn't start speaking afterwards. He said, Prabhupada said, so he do not know the language. They do not know his language. He does not know their language. But the books are going out. He is a black man, a different race, and the books are going. He said, and the books are going, and he says, and Prabhupada went into like a trance. He said, the books are going, and he says, Prabhupada just went out like that. And so these are the kind of things that were going on. So Tamal wanted me to experience something of what they were experiencing when Prabhupada would read the letters. So now, the day before, Prabhupada has embraced me and told me my life was successful. And 4 of the devotees were in the room. So now I'm going around kind of puffed up, Prabhupada has embraced me, And everybody was saying, people knew me then as Ganesham. So everyone was saying, those who knew that, Ganesham was embraced by Prabhupada, this and that. So I was feeling cocky, Prabhupada embraced me. So the next day I came in, reading my report. And the report, I think, was from activities in Eastern Europe. And I started reading about the events of how the books had gotten out, this professor had taken, this library had accepted, this museum had accepted. And Prabhupada at one point stopped me. And he said, "It is by Krishna's mercy," very piercing. He was chastising me that I was accepting, one, that I deserved his darshan, that I was feeling proud of what I had received. You know, he told me some other things in that same session about the communists, if they don't take the Krishna consciousness, they will have no grain, there will be many problems. But this one, he tuned into me and said like this. It was the very last words that Prabhupada had ever said to me, the very last time I saw him. And it just lived with me to realize that we must always remind ourselves that anything that we're able to do is by the mercy of Guru and the mercy of Krishna. So here, the best time I had with Prabhupada, most amazing experience was the day before, and the most devastating experience was the last one of this serious chastisement.
Well, Srila Prabhupada was, to our apparent limited vision, his health was deteriorating, and he requested that I come to India, to Vrindavan, to see him. So I just got married, and my wife was pregnant with my first son. So I couldn't leave, and we were living in a very remote part of Hawaii. So I couldn't leave at that particular moment. But I promised that as soon as my wife had her baby, then I would come. So time passed after my son arrived, and Shri came over to Maui from Oahu, and we flew off to India together. So at that time I wasn't living at a temple, so I let my hair grow a little bit longer than I should have. And when we arrived in Delhi, I thought, well, I can't go to see Srila Prabhupada like that, so we shaved up and had this big long sika. And Srila Prabhupada, when I walked in the room, it was a very sober mood, dark, and everything was subdued, and people were kind of morose, not making too much sound and everything. So I walked into Srila Prabhupada's room, and they said, "Oh, Srila Prabhupada, Madhavisa has arrived." So Prabhupada sat up in his bed, and I paid my obeisances, and Prabhupada, first thing he said, "Whoa, look at Madhavisa. He's maintaining such a nice sika." And he chuckled like that, knowing that, I hadn't maintained such a nice sika. I just had shaved up in Delhi train station. And the second thing he said, "Where is your wife?" See, I had left Srila Prabhupada, I was a sannyasi, and then I had left and got married and everything like that. So that's not particularly the way you should do it. But Srila Prabhupada, he just shrugged that off. It was like immaterial to him. He wanted to know where my wife was. Not that, why have you got married? Why have you done this? He wanted to know, where is she? And he was fully aware that I was married and I had a child and everything like that, and he wanted to see her. And I said, well, Srila Prabhupada, she just had her first baby and she really doesn't want to travel. And she said, that's right, she shouldn't travel. But she is feeling okay? And I said, yes, she's feeling good. And you had a son? And I said, yes, Prabhupada, I had a son. And I said, and I named him Abhay Charan. Is that all right? And he said, yes. He said, that is okay. You've named him after your spiritual master. And then he went on to explain the famous purport that's in the Srimad Bhagavatam about the elephant and the crocodile. That The elephant is very mighty and very strong, but when he enters into the water, he becomes victimized by the crocodile because he's not in his proper atmosphere. If he's on the dry land, he can annihilate, he can crush the crocodile. But because he's in the water, he's at the mercy of the crocodile. So he said, similarly, we may be situated in the wrong atmosphere for executing Krishna consciousness. We must put ourselves in the right atmosphere, and then we can execute our Krishna consciousness and with all strength and vigor. So he said, it doesn't make any difference. You are a sannyasi, now you're a householder. That doesn't make any difference. The proper thing is just to go on with your Krishna consciousness, execute it. If you can't execute it, if you're becoming weak by artificially embracing a sannyas order, and you must take another order to become strong again, that is all right. But the most important thing is don't leave the association of the devotees and continue on with your Krishna consciousness. And he made me feel so good.
When Prabhupada asked me about the Bhagavatam, called me, he was getting a massage, and called me up and asked me, he said, so in my absence, you can complete the Srimad Bhagavatam.
Hare Krishna. So I think there is some miscommunication. Looks like some devotees are, registered for offering their obedience in offering to Srila Prabhupada. So we'll have at least 2 or 3 devotees, and then we'll resume the video. Can you turn on the light? Is Kula Pradeep Prabhu and Gita Priya Harisi? Okay. So we'll request to limit 2 minutes in order to make sure that we at least accommodate, okay? Gita Priya, come on. Light on. You can sit there. Yeah. It's too big for you? Just sit there, no problem. You can take out this. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. As I sit down to write this offering, I do not know where to start. All your good qualities come to my mind. You show the example of a real preacher. Every Guru Puja, you gave cookies to the children. The children cannot understand philosophy, so every Guru Puja, with a smile, you gave each child a cookie, because it's prasad. I also like you telling us that do not be sad, separated from you, because you are in your books. You inspire me so much that now every Saturday I try to go for books. What's more, your lectures boosted me to a different level. The way you took care of your disciples is out of the world. They sing about Krishna very nicely, and their enthusiasm for Krishna consciousness is from you. You have started the seed of their Bhakti Lata Creeper. Growing up in the ISV community is not ordinary. It is Krishna's community. I learned that Krishna supplies all his devotees with whatever is needed. I pray at your lotus feet that you will shower me with your mercy and give me what I need for my growth in Krishna consciousness. Your insignificant servant, Gita Priya.
Thank you. Kulpradeep Prabhu, please.
Thank you. Tough to follow. Om Gyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshuru Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangam Langayati Girim Tat Kripatamaham Bande Shri Gurum Dinataranam. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to you, and for all you have given to us through your service to Shri Guru and Gauranga. On this 48th year of your departure from this world, we pray in gratitude to all you have given to us by your example and by your dedicated service in the legacy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is quoting from Udayana Prabhu's recollection of his time with you. He said, the Kaviraj who was treating Srila Prabhupada had treated thousands of people with the same condition as he had. He had said, the disease is so painful that others have writhed in pain. They can barely tolerate the pain, and they become incoherent and delirious. But Prabhupada's consciousness was crystal clear, and he was simply concerned about the well-being of others. Never once did he say, look at my condition, look at how I am suffering. I was trying to wrap my mind around how a person in such a condition could be so selfless. On this day, you have been an example to us, not just in the lesson of how a great soul passes from this world, but as your disciples sent doctor after doctor to treat your ailing body, you actually were always the doctor, the Kaviraj, treating us, healing us one by one. On this day, you've been an example. On the blessed day of Sri Krishna Janmashtami this year, we started with a perfect verse describing the right pedagogy of learning. I'll just read the English. Parikshit Maharaj had said, glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is performed in the parampara system. That is, it's conveyed from the spiritual master to disciple. Such glorification is relished by those no longer interested in the false temporary glorification of this cosmic manifestation. Descriptions of the Lord are the right medicine for the conditioned soul undergoing repeated birth and death. The Guru is giving the description of Krishna and his Leela, and this is described as Bhava Aushada, the healing medicine for those experiencing Bhava. Bhava in a negative sense. In this context, it's birth and death in the material world. As a chaplain, especially when working in hospitals, I've often reflected in the relation between care and healing of the spirit. The Christian tradition used to call it in Latin, the cura animarium, the care or the cure of souls. This concept is not new to our Vaishnava tradition. In our general homage and prayer to the Guru, we say, Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam. Here, the Guru is a caregiver, the eye doctor, who has applied the ointment, the anjana, sometimes considered, well, it's called kajal, with the tool, the shalakaya. As the doctor of the soul, you heal our blindness with the medicine of knowledge of Krishna and devotional service. And in another well-known prayer to Sri Guru, we pray to Guru Hu, Mukham Karoti Vachalam Pangam Langayate Girim. It is your teaching and inspiration, like a therapist who helps those who are mute to speak again, Mukham Karoti Vachalam, and can help one who is infirm, Pangam, to cross even mountains. You are the Kaviraj of devotion, a poet, a scholar, but a doctor of the highest order, a doctor of the soul. I'd read a story about your plan to heal the world with your medicine. O.B.L. Kapoor, your godbrother, Adi Keshava Das, once told a story. When Adi Keshava Prabhu was just finishing his graduate work in Prayag, then called Allahabad, he would stop by your pharmacy there. You would have many conversations about Krishna Katha and spiritual life in general. You once manufactured a tonic for him, and you said it would help for brain concentration, and that would help him for his examinations. He said to you, Abaida, as he would call you, as he was junior to you, Abaida, that's nice, this gift of yours. I must accept it. But I wish you would give me that tonic which you yourself take. You asked, oh, what tonic is that? Adi Keshava Prabhu said with a smile, the tonic that helps you be such an advanced Vaishnava, to give such wonderful Krishna Katha and Sankirtan. He added, the tonic of Krishna Prema, which you are taking secretly. Your humble reply, he recounted, oh, I've been working on that, but I have not yet been able to procure it. He noted that he always loved and respected you as a deep and sweet Vaishnava. Even back in those wonderful days, he said sometime later that you'd come back to him and said, about that tonic we used to discuss, I've been able to manufacture it, but I do know the formula. I've not been able to manufacture it, but I do know the formula. And Adikesha Prabhu inquired, please share, if it's not too much of a secret. To which you said, the formula is this. Trinadapi sunichena toror ivasahushnana amanina manadena kirtanya sadahari. You added, it's not at all a secret, and soon I'm going to share it all over the world. You are the doctor with the universal medicine of Kirtaniya Sadahari and glorious Srimad Bhagavatam. You are Jananjana Shalakaya, the cure of those blinded by ignorance. You help and inspire the mute to speak and the infirm to cross mountains. You are the Bhava Aushada, the healing medicine for those that are suffering the pangs of material life. But you are also Jiva Aushada, the healer of souls. I pray that you continue to heal our ailments more and more with the wisdom and grace you have shared in your books and inspired in your life. Thank you for the guidance of your dedicated and loving disciples, in particular my Guru Maharaj, His Grace, Ravindra Sarup Prabhu, and Mother Sudamani, and your inspirational and exemplary disciple leaders at this kind community, His Grace Vaisheshik Prabhu and Mother Nirukula, and all who have dedicated their lives to your mission. Thank you from this continually in need of medical attention grand disciple and Bhava Rogi, Kula Pradeep Das.
So thank you, Mataji. Could you resume the video again? Thanks for listening to this offering. Hare Krishna. We'll start. The light.
I said, yes, Prabhupada, I try to do that. Yes. I said, okay. Good. And I said, and if I have questions, I could ask Sridhar Maharaj. He said, yes. He said, he is the man. You can ask questions. Yes, that's okay. That's good. I wasn't actually around. I mean, I was right there, but I wasn't around Prabhupada too much in the final weeks, actually, because for the final part of the Bhagavatam, Prabhupada asked me to do the translation. So I was actually translating the verses for the final volume, and that took all my time. Because what I would do is I'd do the transliteration, I read all the commentaries, I'd translate the verse and do the synonyms, and then I would bring it down to him and read it to him. And then we'd hold the microphone to his lips and he would dictate the purport for that last volume. So that kept me pretty much occupied because I would have to have everything ready to read, and it would take a lot to make sure that it was right. So I had to go down and read it, and I'd go right back up to the room and work on the next verses, because if he could, anytime Prabhupada was ready to do more, I had to be ready. I mean, there was no saying, well, I'm not ready. You know, that was it. That's Bhagavatam that people wouldn't have. So for the last weeks, that's basically what I was doing. So I was right there. I was right in the next in the compound, but I was always translating, as fast as I could.
So I was reading one letter from our godbrother Siddha Sarup. Now at that time, historically, Siddha Sarup had been a bit of a iconoclast in ISKCON. He was apart from the most of his godbrothers. He had his own unique style and perspective on things. And in that exact time, he had really left again. He had come in and then left again and gone back to his own establishment in Hawaii. But of course he was a devotee of Prabhupada still. So he had written a get well card to Prabhupada, and I was reading it. Prabhupada was lying down, I was standing up, and the get well card said, Dear Srila Prabhupada, he said a variety of things. I'm praying for your health and this and that. But he came to one particular line where he said, I am a resident of Hawaii. And I hope that if you think of Hawaii sometime, you may also think of me. And I suddenly heard Prabhupada choke up and it burst out. I was looking at the card and I looked up at Prabhupada's face. And in that span of time, the tears had already come down, halfway down his cheeks. So I don't know if they sprayed out or what, or if they were already dripping. But they were clearly down at the level of his nose, the bottom of his nose. And he choked up and he said, I am always thinking of you. I can never forget. And this was indicative of the way he was at that time. Any nice thought could bring him to tears and to deep appreciation.
Someone brought ice cream from New Vrindavan.
Siddha Sarup, in the early 70s, had a group of devotees that they were reading Prabhupada's books and they were living in Hawaii, but then he dispersed his disciples to all the ISKCON temples. And some of our best devotees and best book distributors came from Siddha Sarup's group that he offered as an offering to Srila Prabhupada. And then later Srila Prabhupada gave him sannyas. And also I want to tell you about Prajumna. Prajumna right now has a job with the United Nations and goes around the whole world. It's something to do with speaking to different spiritual teachers and reporting back to the United Nations about this spirituality. And Shamasundar asked Prajumna, so how do they compare to Prabhupada? And Prajumna's eyes got really big and he said, there is no one that has ever compared to Prabhupada, even though he's met spiritual teachers all over the world.
Went to Prabhupada in Vrindavan, the final days, and Prabhupada took it right on a teaspoon and ate ice cream from New Vrindavan. They had dry ice that kept it cold. And they brought him a ring they had made. And as soon as we showed Prabhupada the ring, he said, so, where is the bride? He said, where is the bride?
Prabhupada's position, after you were with Prabhupada for a while, you got used to Prabhupada's physical condition that was so devastating when you first saw. So we would be around Prabhupada's bed, and then new devotees would come in, and as they first saw Srila Prabhupada, they'd start crying, and it would be so pathetic that we'd all start crying. The Swedish devotees crying when they first saw Srila Prabhupada. So we'd all started crying. And then Prabhupada said, at one point he says, why are you all crying? So he said, Srila Prabhupada, we're crying because you're so sick and we are afraid that you may leave. And Prabhupada said, I will never leave you. He said, I live forever in my books. I will never leave you. I'll live forever within my books, so there's no reason to cry. He said, old people die, that is natural. He said, when a young person dies, that's some mistake, because young person should live to their old. When they're old, they should die. And that's, for me, it's natural. It's a natural thing, so don't cry. So then one devotee said, but Srila Prabhupada, we're crying because we can't be without you. And when you leave, we won't know how to communicate with you. And Prabhupada said, oh, I will communicate with you through your heart. He said, I will come to you in your dreams. as Chaitaguru. I will communicate with you through dreams, Prabhupada said, as Chaitaguru. I also found that a little controversial because I thought my godbrothers wouldn't have approved, but Prabhupada had said it. Prabhupada said it right there, that he would communicate with us through dreams. So Prabhupada wanted to go to Govardhan. So he said, I want to go to Govardhan, and everyone's saying, Srila Prabhupada, we don't think this is a good idea, you know. And Prabhupada said, in this room, it's like being killed by Ravana. He said, Marichi, he said, he was given the choice to be, if he didn't become a deer and go and tempt Ram away from Sita, Ravana would kill him. And if he became a deer, Ram would kill him. So he told Ravana, better to be killed by Ram. So better to be killed by Ram, better to go to Govardhan. If I stay in this room, it's like being killed by Ravana. So, but Prabhupada, you can't go, you know. The doctor said, Prabhupada, you won't even make it to the gate. If we carry you, you won't even make to the gate. So there was a big discussion right around Prabhupada's bed. And Prabhupada said, you have to do this outside. I cannot, you know, it's too exhausting to hear this going on. It went on for maybe 15 minutes discussion right in front of Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said, go outside. So they went into Prabhupada's garden, and they had a big discussion. I was just talking to Bartrash about this. Went on and on and on. It seemed, I only remember one person on Prabhupada's side and everybody against Prabhupada, and I was on the side against. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj seemed to be the one who was on the side not to take Prabhupada to Govardhan, and Hamsaduta was the only one, and Lokanath, who went to get the cart, were on Prabhupada's side to take him to Govardhan. So this went on and on and on until the cart came to the Krishna Balaram gate. Then we hear the cart's here. Now it's time to move Prabhupada from the bed to the cart. And it's night, it's getting dusk. I mean, not only are we going to put Prabhupada on the cart, which is probably going to kill him, but it's going to be at night. So it'd even be worse, you know. So Prabhupada wanted to go, no one would see, it would be at night. He would go and he would leave his body somewhere, and you know, this is what we feared. So we all went in, and myself included, we all went around Srila Prabhupada's bed and we said, Srila Prabhupada, please don't make us put you on this cart. And Prabhupada said, he didn't say anything. And then we begged him, and we were almost crying. We were crying. And then Prabhupada said, if it worries you so much, I don't need to go. And it's just like the whole anxiety level just went from a 50,000 to back to zero, you know. And then everyone just, it was just like, oh, now we can relax. And then people started moving out of Prabhupada's room, you know. And it seemed like most of the people were out of the room. There weren't many people in the room. But I was still there, and I don't think there were many other people in the room. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I'll tell you this, I worked with him after Srila Prabhupada left for 7 years. You know, Siddhanta, how much I worked with him, how close I was with him. And why I worked with him was because I was so impressed at the excellent service that he gave Srila Prabhupada. You know, if you had everyone, even people who didn't like Tamal Krishna Maharaj, they saw how he served Prabhupada, and we were impressed that no one could have served him like this. You know, so, but because Goswami Maharaj was also very intimate to Prabhupada, he got very fried at this situation. And he went up to Prabhupada and he said, you know, Prabhupada, we can't understand why you do this. Why you insist for us to take you to Govardhan. We get so upset, we so worked up, and we just get this cart and we bring it over here, and then we're so worried, we put you on the cart, you're going to die, we get flipped out, and we become more protective of you, even more than before, and we just, I just can't take it, Prabhupada, why you do this? And he almost screamed at Prabhupada. And then Prabhupada said, "It's my duty." Goswami said, "What?" He said, "It's my duty to make you love me more." And Goswami said, "Oh." He walked away. And I just remember Prabhupada saying that, to make you love me more. And whatever love I had for Prabhupada just multiplied like 1,000 times. You know, he probably just made you love him so much. If you were with Prabhupada, whatever love you had for Prabhupada, he just increased it and you just become more and more loving with him. His duty, he said, was to make us love him more. What wonderful duty. We already love Prabhupada, but he's getting us to love him more.
This is Vrindavan. Srila Prabhupada departed from Vrindavan on November 14th, 1977. This was approximately November 8th or November 10th. So I came to Vrindavan. I was in the Hyderabad farm, which was very important to Srila Prabhupada, so I was staying there. But I heard that Srila Prabhupada was not feeling well and that it was a chance he might leave the world, so I went to see him. And came there, and I tried to be as inconspicuous as possible, not to disrupt the mood. The room was packed with devotees. Everyone was very quiet, and I could see Prabhupada's condition, and I was told about it. He really hadn't eaten for almost 6 months. It's a very important thing to understand Prabhupada's condition. He was lying in bed, emaciated, weighing maybe 70 pounds, if that much, drinking 1 spoon, 2 spoons of water, maybe eating a little bit. And as I was sitting there in the back, just listening to what was going on, and there was some kirtan. Kirtananda had come in and was offering Srila Prabhupada some strawberries, probably from New Vrindavan. So Srila Prabhupada asked, when Kirtananda offered him the strawberry, he says, "What is the value of strawberries?" And everyone was silent. No one knew what to say. So then several devotees kept on poking me. I'm kind of known as the walking encyclopedia. I like to study things. So they kept on poking me to say something. So I didn't want to intrude on Prabhupada. I was remaining quiet. But I spoke. I said, "Srila Prabhupada, the value of strawberries is that they're very high in fructose, and that provides immediate energy." Because I knew Prabhupada wasn't so much into vitamins. So I talked about the value. Prabhupada's very pragmatic, even lying on his departure bed, not eating. He's concerned what would be the value of eating it. He's a pragmatic person. So the devotee next to him says, "Tejas says that it," and he repeated. And Prabhupada said, "Oh, Tejas is here." And Prabhupada said, "How is the Hyderabad farm?" So he's so cognizant, always. I mean, even this state. And so I gave him a report that we're growing corn, rice, mung beans, like that. And as soon as I said corn, Prabhupada said, "Oh." He says, "Corn. You can grind the corn, and then there are big pieces, which you can boil with water, cook with water, like rice, it's called bhat. And the fine powder, you make that together like a roti, and you cook that on the pan, the cooking pan." And he says, and the villagers, they very much like this. So here he was, from a physical point of view, starving. And what was he thinking? He was just thinking how we could make this corn in the most delicious way to make the villagers happy when they take prasadam. This is a person of unlimited compassion.
I was amazed at Srila Prabhupada's being able to transcend his bodily condition. For example, I was there when, right near the end, and the Kaviraj, they had flown up from Calcutta, one of the best. Prabhupada had a dream about this Kaviraj, and he was a really excellent Kaviraj. You could see he was dhira, he was a sober practitioner, very Brahminical like that, and very, very reverential to Prabhupada. And he was from the Sri Sampradaya, big white and red tilak. And one day he told, I got this second hand from perhaps Harisori, but he said, you know, I had doubt that your Guru Maharaj was actually a Paramahams saint. But he said, I have assisted, thousands of people dying. And usually in this condition, when there's no more muscle and fat to cushion the nerves from being pressed against the bone, he said, people are in such agony that I have to administer morphine. And he says, your Guru Maharaj never manifests the slightest expression of pain.
This was in Vrindavan, the end of October, early November 1977. Prabhupada was preparing to leave. And I was sitting on the side of his bed, massaging his arms. Other devotees were massaging his head and feet. And at one point, his body started going through some contortions that seemed like he was in great pain. So I asked Prabhupada, are you in pain, Prabhupada? If he answered yes, then I would try to do something. He looked at me like, what kind of a question is that? He said, no. So Prabhupada was not affected.
In the final days, which was the most poignant, we were there in Vrindavan and having like the vigil, the kirtan, and taking turns chanting softly with the little symbols. And at a certain point, I got sick. I got this fever. I don't know what it was. I just one day just walked back to my room and just collapsed right in my room, and just fever. And so I was sick for a few days, and anyway, it took me about a week or so to recover, and then I was able to, when I got better, then I was able to again go and see Prabhupada. So when I came there, of course Prabhupada was just lying on his bed, and he was conversing with his servants, and sometimes he would ask who was having the kirtan. And so that particular day he asked, and they said, they mentioned my name, and then Prabhupada said, oh, Brahmananda, and then he made me call me, and then I came forward, and so he said, you were ill, you were not feeling well. I mean, here's Prabhupada, just completely shriveled, and I mean, Prabhupada was not maybe feeling. I mean, when Prabhupada was concerned, I'm not feeling well. I had just a little fever, and here's Prabhupada on his departure bed, and he said, "Oh, you were not." I mean, he with such concern, and really with love, and I just was totally affected by that. How Prabhupada could be thinking that I wasn't feeling well. So I think this is the thing that affected me most, how much Prabhupada loved us. But the thing is, we're not very lovable. And we all have defects and so on. But why did Prabhupada love us? And he loved us because he saw us as servants of Krishna. And he also even said that we were sent by his Guru Maharaj to help in his mission. But anyway, Prabhupada saw us as Krishna's servants, and his mission was to spread Krishna consciousness. So whatever we could do to assist and do something in this cause of Krishna consciousness, Prabhupada very much appreciated.
I was also there when Prabhupada disappeared, left this world, and I'm sure you've probably heard plenty of stories from the devotees that were there. My own feeling at the time, it was just such a feeling of helplessness and desperation, because in fact it was like that a lot during the last couple of months, because it just felt like it was inevitable, but you couldn't stand the thought that he wasn't going to be with us. And on that last day, everyone was chanting. At first there was a kind of a back and forth, and then everybody began chanting together in the last moments. And again, it's not something you could empirically establish, but it felt like there were many more people in that room than were actually there. It felt like there was a heavenly chorus. It felt like there must be so many other personalities from other places who were present. And there was this tremendous feeling. I'm not trying to make light of it. It was like a Technicolor finish. You know, like when you have this spectacular ending to a movie or something. It was like this glorious chanting was going on, and Prabhupada was, with his last breath, was Hare Krishna, you know, uttering the syllables Hare Krishna, and you could almost feel the ascent. You know, it was like you sensed, okay, he's ascending now, he's with Krishna. And the emotions were so intense in the room, and some devotees became completely hysterical, crying. One devotee threw himself on the floor and just weeping, he couldn't control himself. Other people were completely stricken or stoic, or there were so many different kinds of reactions. But it was a very intense moment. But there was nothing inauspicious about it. It was completely auspicious. Sometimes they describe the sentiments of the gopis as being simultaneous nectar and poison. It was kind of like that. It was ecstatic because you knew that Prabhupada had perfectly executed the mission of human life and was back to Godhead. And but for us, it was loss. Irretrievable and irreplaceable loss. So it was a very difficult period.
After Prabhupada had left, devotees were collecting memories of Srila Prabhupada, and no one had gone to see his godbrother, Dr. O.B.L. Kapoor. So I decided to go to see Dr. Kapoor when I was in Vrindavan one time and ask him about his memories of Srila Prabhupada. And he gave me a very beautiful story. And he was 13 years younger than Prabhupada, but he used to come all the time to the pharmacy and to ask questions, discuss Krishna Katha, like that, and they became really close. So one day when he came, Prabhupada handed him a vial. Said, here, take this vial, this tonic. This would be very good for your health. So Dr. Kapoor said, yes, I will take this, thank you very much. But why you don't give me the tonic that you're taking? So Prabhupada said, well, what tonic is that? He said, you know, the tonic of Krishna Prem. Prabhupada laughed. He said, well, I don't have that tonic, but I do know the formula. And Dr. Kapoor said, well, if it's not a secret, perhaps you can share it with me. He said, yes, I can share it with you. It is not a secret. The formula is Trinadapi Sunichena Taroriva Sahishnana Amanina Manadena Kirtanaya Siddhahari, and I shall spread it the whole world over. So Trinadapi Sunichena, more humble than the grass. Taroriva Sahishnana, more tolerant than the tree. Amanina Manadena, not desiring any respect for myself, but desiring to give all respect to others. Kirtaniya Siddhahari, in such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. So at the time, Dr. Kapoor thought he was just making a casual pronouncement. But he told me, now that I look back over the years, I realized that even at that time, he had a plan like that. He was thinking like that. I shall spread it the whole world over. So I was thinking how Prabhupada said this is the formula to get Krishna Prem. And Srila Prabhupada was the embodiment of that verse. So I want to give some of Srila Prabhupada's pastimes to show how he embodied that verse. So, Trinadapi Sinechena, more humble than the grass. This is a pastime that Srila Prabhupada performed in New York in July 1972. It was just around it was actually the July 4th holiday weekend. And devotees had come from all over the East Coast, from far south as Miami, as far north as Montreal and Toronto, as far west as Chicago and St. Louis. And there were thousands of devotees in the New York Temple. And then when Prabhupada was to leave, so many devotees drove him to the airport. And they went with him into the departure lounge. You just see him to the last second. So the departure lounge was filled with devotees. Now the airport officials had a problem because there was no room for the passengers who were booked on the plane to come into the departure lounge. So one of the officials looked around and spotted Rabindra Sarup, who was kind of a tall person, and said and explained the situation to him and asked him if he could ask your people to kindly leave so that persons who are on the plane can come in to the departure lounge and to board their flight. So he said, okay. He could understood the situation and went and spoke to a couple of devotees, but no one was having any of that. I'm not leaving, no way. Then he realized that he's not going to get anywhere. Now Rupanuga had just taken sannyas in May of that year, so he was a new sannyasi and he was a GBC. So Rabindra approached Rupanuga and explained the situation to Rupanuga and asked him if he could take care of it. So Rupanuga immediately, okay, done. So he got up one of the chairs and he said, attention all devotees. We now have to leave the departure lounge to make room for the incoming passengers. So all devotees, please get up and leave the departure lounge. No one did anything. Everyone just sat there and looked at him, except for one person, Srila Prabhupada. He got up and started to walk out. And Rupanuga said, no, not you, Srila Prabhupada. He was so humble. When he heard that devotees should get up and leave, he got up to leave. And no one else did. So this is the symptom of humility, more humble than the grass. He was the only humble Vaishnava in that assembly. Taroriva Sihishnuda, more tolerant than the tree. This pastime took place in 1975 when Prabhupada was going for the first time to South Africa after he had been in Kenya. And he was flying on the plane, and on that plane was the South African football team who had just played in Kenya. So they were a rowdy bunch, and they'd won the match, and they were kind of, happy and upbeat. So after the plane took off, the stewardesses came around, they were serving drinks, and these guys were taking their drinks and getting a little high and a little rowdy, lighting up cigarettes. Now, it's a non-smoking cabin that they were in. So Pushta Krishna, who was Prabhupada's secretary, was sitting next to Prabhupada, Pushta Krishna Maharaj at that time. He got a little disturbed. This is not very nice. Why Prabhupada should be subjected to this? So he pressed the call button to call for the stewardess. And she came and he explained very nicely, this is the non-smoking area, and could you please ask them to extinguish their cigarettes? So she agreed. She asked these football players to extinguish their cigarettes, which they did do. And then she left. But after a few minutes, they lit up again because they were really drunk. So now, Pushta Krishna could see that he wasn't going to get anywhere with the stewardess. So he decided he was going to take matters into his own hands. So he got up and he was going to get heavy with these guys. And Srila Prabhupada said, oh, where you were going? She said, well, they're smoking, Srila Prabhupada. Sit down. And then Srila Prabhupada looked him right in the eye and said, what is the difference between us and them if we cannot tolerate? So Prabhupada tolerated the cigarette smoke and the rowdiness and everything. He was undisturbed. And he said, what is the difference between us and them if we cannot tolerate? So the pure devotee, the Vaishnava, he exemplifies this. Tarori Vasahishnira, more tolerant than the tree. And then Amanina Manadena, not desiring any respect for himself or any honor, but desiring to give all respect and honor to others. So pastime, this was just end of 1975 and 76. I think it was January 76. I had arrived in Bombay December 75. And at that time, the Bombay temple was just a hole in the ground with the foundation. And Prabhupada's rooms at that time was at the back of the property, which are now the BBT building. So Prabhupada had come early January 76, I believe, sometime in January. And he wanted to really get this project moving. So the next morning after breakfast prasadam, he had a big meeting in his rooms with all the people who were involved in doing this project, and the sannyasi, the GBC temple president, all the people, everybody. So they're in the room having this big important meeting. Then up the stairs comes the cleaning lady, a Bungi lady from the Bungi colony, not far from the temple. And she has her little balti, the wooden bucket, and her daru, the straw broom, because she comes up every day and cleans the rooms. So she comes up to the top of the landing, and the door is slightly ajar. So she looks through and she sees Prabhupada there speaking, and all the devotees and the architects and the contractors and everything. So she can't go in, but she can't not do her service. She can't go down and forget about it, because that 1 rupee feeds her children. She needs it, so she doesn't know what to do. So she's just standing there. Meanwhile, Prabhupada's speaking, and as he turns his head to the right, he sees through the door that's ajar, he sees the cleaning lady standing there. So immediately he stops the discussion. He says, now we have to stop. The cleaning lady has come. When it's her time to clean, then she's the authority here. Everyone has their area of authority. And when it's her time to clean, she's the authority. So we have to get up and leave. So they got up and leave. So the Jagat Guru recognized the authority of that cleaning lady. Amanina Amanadena, giving all respect to others and not desiring any for himself. In this way, Kirtaniya Sadahari, one is able to chant the holy name of the Lord constantly, which we always saw. Srila Prabhupada always chanting the holy name of the Lord constantly. So here we see that Prabhupada was the embodiment, the personification of that verse, which he said many years back. He had explained to his godbrother that this was the formula to get Krishna praying, and he would spread it the whole world over, and he was the embodiment of that.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Tanapano Anilo Prema.
Hare Krishna, Jai Srila Prabhupada ki, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. So now it's time that we'll have bhajan from Jahnavi Jivan, and then after that, Priya Kisari is there. We'll do the Damodarastakam, 11 o'clock. And 11:30 we'll have the Puspanjali to Prabhupada and Artik. Then after that, Prasadam at 12:15. Make sense? So stay around. Can somebody turn on the light now? Or let me do it. Yes, no, not that. Okay. So, you want to sit here or take out this chair? Sit on the, yeah. No chair? Those who are sitting for long, can you stand up? Everyone? Just say, stand up one time. Raise your hand. Say, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Thank you. Please sit down again, because so that we have some refreshing, right? Okay, thank you. In the meantime, may I ask, can somebody check Jamuna Mataji that the flower, Puspanjali flower is ready? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Jayanilo Premadhana Karuna Prachur Jayanilo Premadhana Jayanilo Premadhana Karuna Prachur Heno Prabhu Kotagela Acharya Thakur Kaha mora Svarup Rupa Kaha Sanatan Kaha mora Svarup Rupa Kaha Sanatan Kaha Dasa Raghunatha Patita Pavan Kaha mora Bhatta Juga Kaha Kavira Bhatta Juga Ekaka Srila Prabhupada ki jaya. Oh, sorry. Till what time? Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Okay, Hari Bol. Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause. Hari Bol. Janhavi Jivan Mataji ki jai. So now we'll have the Damodara Ashtakam sung by Priya Kisuri. She is on the right time. We are anxious. So you will sing from here or there? Okay. So I would just like to give it some discipline. Damodara Ashtakam, so we'll offer the ghee lamp. So please make the line from outside, okay? Because we'll obstruct Prabhupada to have the view of the Lord. So please make a line outside from that corner and take this one and continue this way. And after that one, you can come back again and get seated. Is it okay? Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Damodar Bhagavan ki jai.
Okay. Okay. No, I'm good. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Shri Damodar Bhagavan ki Namamishwaram Sachi Anandarupam Lasat Kundalam Gokule Brajamana Namamishwaram Sachidanandarupa Lasat Kundalam Gokule Brajamana Yashoda Viyolu Kaladhavamanam Paramre Shramatyanta Dodrutya Gopya Yashoda Viyolu Kaladhavamanam Paramre Shramatyanta Dodrutya Gopya
together. Namo Deva Damodarananda Vishnu.
Prasida Prabhu Durga Jala Primagna.
Namo Deva Damodarananda Vishnu.
Prasida Prabhu Durga Jala Primagna.
Everyone together. Namo Deva Padrishti Vrishati Dinamvatano Grihani Shamamadhyame Dyakshidrisha. Kripadrishti Vrishati Dinamvatano Grihani Shamamadhyame Dyakshidrisha. Gururatmajo bhagamutyayvayaka Tvayamurchitau bhakti bhajapitau cha. Gururatmajau bhagamutyayvayaka Tvayamurchitau bhakti bhajapitau cha. तथा प्रेमा भक्तिं स्वकामे प्रयच्छ नमोक्षे ग्रहो मेस्ति दामोदरेह. तथा प्रेमा भक्तिं स्वकामे प्रयच्छ नमोक्षे ग्रहो मेस्ति दामोदरेह. Namaste Stuname Stunamiti Name Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone together. Hare श्री श्री राधा दामोदर भगवान की Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Gaur Premanande.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Priya Kesari, for singing such a wonderful Damodara Ashtakam. Haribol. Haribol. Haribol to all the crews, the musicians, our mridanga player, harmonium player, and all. Please give them our youth jam team. So, dear devotees, for your pleasure, I have requested Ramananda Sakha Prabhu to will do an arti for Prabhupada, so that will be nice because those who came late, actually arti was done for Prabhupada in the morning, but we agreed. So what will happen is Puspanjali will be offered to Srila Prabhupada. I would like to everybody to request to stand up and look towards Prabhupada, and everybody will be given a flower. So please keep it for 3 offerings, and after that Puspanjali we'll have arti to Prabhupada, and also there will be main deities Aarti will be also performed in 20 minutes. So the offering is going on, so 11:50 or so. Yeah, 12 o'clock, right? So I'll take 2 minutes. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Maharaj ki. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. So please repeat after me. Everybody can see. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chaksurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadatita Padantikam Bandeham Sri Guru Sri Uta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamsa Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatha Nitamtam Sajivam Sadhvetam Sabadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Visakhanitamsya Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देश तारिणे नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती इति नामिने श्री वर्षभानवी देवी दायिताय कृपाब्धये कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्योज्ज्वला प्रेमाध्या श्री रूपानुगा भक्तिदा श्री गौर करुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय नमस्तुते नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगा विरुद्ध अपसिद्धांत ध्वांतहारिणे नमः गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्य मूर्तये विप्रलंभार संबोधे पदाम्भोजाय ते नमः नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानंद नामिने गौर शक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुग वरायते गौराविर्भाव भूमिस्थं निर्दिष्ट सज्जन प्रिय वैष्णव सर्वभौम श्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानं पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदान्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरत्तिसे नमः पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूप स्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधाकांत नमस्तुते जयतम सुरताओ पंगोर मम मंड मतिर्गति मत्सर्वस्व पदाम्भोजाओ राधा मदन मोहनाओ दिव्या बृंदारण्य कल्पद्रुमाद श्रीमद् रत्नांगर सिंहासन स्थाओ श्रीमद् राधा श्रील गोविंद देवाओ पृष्ठाली भी सेव्यमानाओ स्मरामि श्रीमन् रासरसरंभी वंशीवट तटस्थितः कर्षन् वेणु स्वनायर गोपीर गोपीनाथ श्रेयस्तु नः तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद. We'll chant 3 times Hare Krishna. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine. We'll do 3 times to keep the flowers as once. Esham Puspanjali Etani Puspani Prabhupada Parcharanaravinda Samarpayami. Hari Om. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Esam Puspanjali Etani Puspani Srila Prabhupada Charanaravinda Pushpani Samarpayami. Few more. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Esam Puspanjali Etani Puspani Srila Prabhupada Charanaravinda Samarpayami. Hari Om. Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jai Sri Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki.
Shri Guru Charana Padma. Samsaradavana lalida loka Tranaya karunya gana ganatam Samsaradavana lalida loka Tranaya karunya gana ganatam Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Shri Vigraharadhana Nityanana Shingaratan Mandira Marjanado Shri Vigraharadhana Nityanana Shingaratan Mandira Marjanado Yuktasya bhaktam shaniyujjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Yuktasya bhaktam shaniyujjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam 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 Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Swadhana Triptan Haribhakta Sangam चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत प्रसाद स्वादन तृप्तान् हरि भक्त संगम् कृत्वा एव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् कृत्वा एव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्ना प्रतीक्षणा स्वादनलोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् प्रतीक्षणा स्वादनलोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जयुनो रतिकेलिसिदे यायालिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रापि दक्षदतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् तत्रापि दक्षदतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षाद्धरी त्वेन समस्तशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भाव्यत एव सति साक्षाद्धरित्वेन समस्तशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भाव्यत एव सति Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasada Yasya prasadan nagati kutopi Yasya prasadan bhagavat prasada Yasya prasadan nagati kutopi Dhyan stuvam stasya yasya sangam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Dhyan stuvam stasya yasya sangam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam 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 Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Srila Prabhupada ki
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Radha Madan Mohan ki Jai, Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Guru and Gauranga ki Jai, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai, Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. We'd like to thank you all so much for coming to this wonderful festival today, the occasion of Srila Prabhupada's Disappearance Day. We have a few announcements before we all head to Prasadam. I'd like to first thank Her Grace Kanka Mataji for giving today's class about Srila Prabhupada. We had the fortune of hearing directly from her today, which was very nice. And we also got to hear the offerings of our community members for Srila Prabhupada. There you go. And we'd like to thank Her Grace Janavi Mataji for leading the unending kirtans. We were all standing here hoping the kirtan wouldn't end. And we have prasadam that's been prepared by all the devotees that's going to be served in the honor of Srila Prabhupada. So please join us for prasadam. We also have our usual Sunday feast program tomorrow. So we hope to see you there at 3:30 p.m. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Before we go, are there any newcomers here who are coming to ISV for the first time? Please raise your hand. Well, thank you so much for coming to our temple. Anyone else? Any Matajis? No? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming, Prabhu. If you have any questions, please let us know. Haribol. Prasadam prayers. Sharira Vidya Jap Jo Hindiya Tarika Jive Pile Vishaya Sabore Tarmadi Jivayati Loba Masudurmati Shushka Vaishidam Vapini Nirudeshita Bhakti Matrina Bhoktavya Natakala Vicharana Adesha Niyamastakha Nakala Niyamastakha Praptamanam Dukam Shreshe Bhoktavya Hariyakrami Bhagavad Shri Mahaprasad ki. Please come take prasadam. Nitai Gora Hariva, 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 Nitai Gora Hariva. Please come take prasadam.